and a night game. Going to be a long day at the park. You might as well win both, right?
Settle in. Yeah, it could be a long, tough day for everybody involved, but right, yeah, absolutely. A good day to win, too. And the question is, how much is the bullpen going to be able to give you today? Carlos Villanueva starting game one. You know, he has not pitched deep into games lately. Jake Arrieta coming up from AAA to make the start in the second game. So I'm sure Dale Swain very concerned about what he's going to get out of his starters today. Bullpen pretty well rested. Pedro Strop has worked 3 days in a row, so his availability in question. Everybody else should be good to go.
I think the big thing with this team right now, aside from the really good starting pitching, has been the lack of offense. This team has scored 7 runs in the last 5 games, but because of the pitching, the Cubs have won 3 of those.
Yeah, they've swept that weekend series in San Francisco despite scoring only 6 runs, and almost had a similar game yesterday until the Brewers blew it out in the ninth inning. Yeah, they got to find a way to get the bats going. The good news is Giovanni Gallardo, who's pitching today, has not been the Gallardo we've seen in recent years. He's really struggled so far this season.
Well, it was a game that went into the ninth tied before the Brewers scored 5 to win it. And yesterday was a pretty exciting day around baseball. 4 game-ending runs. Let's get some of the highlights.
The 1-1. Giambi with a drive. Deep center field. Piazza back. He's out of room. We're out of here. Giambi wins it with a home run in the bottom of the ninth. And I'll tell you what, watch this celebration. You talk about a guy who absolutely is beloved in that clubhouse, and they're going to give him the beating of his life now. Fly ball well hit left center field. That's going to get down. He's going to go to the wall. All the way around second. On his way to third. He's getting away. Relay throw. Right. The Braves walk off and win 9-8.
Kristen Orfia hammers this ball to center field straight away. Derek Robinson is back. It's gone. Home run. Kristen Orfia. Ball game.
On the way. Dalton. Deep drive field. If it's there, he is gone. At the pole. Goodbye. Giovanni Soto. A walk-off home run, and the Rangers win it 4-3.
Boy, what a finish in Texas. And yes, a Chicago connection there. Matt Garza pitched very well once again. Got a no decision. A.J. Przinsky and Giovanni Soto with the 9th inning home runs. The Rangers really needed that game. Very much in the wild card race, but 6 back of the Oakland A's in the West. And they made that Garza deal to win the division last year. Remember, they got bounced in the wild card round.
Yeah, and they're going to have to go like crazy because the Oakland A's are giving no signs of letting up. That 6-game lead, and the A's have won 4 in a row. So the Rangers have a lot of work in front of them. Nice to see Garza with 2 very good starts since joining the Rangers.
Also, the Pirates beating the Cardinals last night, just a half game out in the National League Central. More to come here on Pregame Live, including Luke Stuckmeyer chatting with Chris Fazio about the Cubs' rotation here lately. Has been very, very good. Again, Villanueva and Arrieta coming up. Field. Overcast skies today. I know there's some rain south of us. Hopefully it will stay there. And Luke Stuckmeyer had a chance to talk with Cubs second-year pitching coach Chris Bosio about the nice run for this starting rotation.
All right, thanks. We are here with pitching coach Chris Bosio. Chris, 3 straight starts where guys have gone at least 7 innings with no earned runs. That hasn't happened since 1971 on this team. What's been the key for the starting pitchers lately on this team?
Well, the guys deserve the credit. They got some determination, preparation. They've, really tried to step it up. After the All-Star break, we talked about, trying to prepare yourself as best you can for the long haul, once we get through July and into August. Samardzija, Woody, Edwin Jackson's been there. But, Chris Russin, these guys, they're turning the corner as starters, as young starters. And it takes a lot of determination and preparation to do that. And, they deserve a lot of credit and execution. They're doing a good job right now.
One of the places that's been impacted by some of these trades certainly has been pitching. How difficult is it to, bring in new arms and get used to new guys that come in?
Well, it's always tough when you lose, our teammates, our family. We spend a lot of time together. I mean, a lot of us have been together since the 1st of February, but it's part of the game. We've had discussions about it, and now it's become, I'm not going to say a joke, but kind of a running joke. I explained to them that, being in the, the front office, their plan, their job is to go through every single player that's on the 40-man roster, potential 40-man roster ads for next year, potential free agents. So the list could be as many as 60 or 70 players in every organization. So if your name comes up, it's part of their protocol, and that just go with the flow. And every player is talked about in every organization, and look at it as a compliment that you're wanted out there by somebody. So, but it's always tough to lose guys like Sori, Matt Garza, but it's part of the game.
You see new guys come in also that'll be new teammates and new family. Arrieta gets a start tonight in Game 2 of this. What do you know about him? Where have you seen him before?
I saw him as a young Baltimore Oriole when I was with the Cincinnati Reds. Very athletic, physical guy. Ball comes out real easy. I mean, he can go as high as 98. Pitches around 93, 94, but just like with young pitchers, secondary command of the fastball are things that we have to work on. Unfortunately for us, we didn't have much time to work together. But, our AAA staff has been working with him. Our pitching coordinator, Jason McLeod, Theo and Jed have been down there watching him, trying to, get to know him better, feel comfortable, and had a little get-to-know yesterday. So, but we're looking for him to get out there and compete, with that big arm that he's got, and maybe even get a couple knocks. Who knows?
All right, thanks, Luke. And Chris, Carlos Villanueva facing his former team. You see what he's done in day games, but hasn't won in his last 9 starts, 6 losses, and Gallardo having a very un-Gallardo-like 2013.
Indeed, he has, and 2-2 with a 7.56 ERA in July. What makes this matchup even more fun, these guys are best of friends, having grown up together in the Brewer organization. Should be a lot of fun to watch these two here this afternoon.
So the right-handers in Game 1, also right-handers later on tonight, Tyler Thornburg and the aforementioned Jake Arrieta. But first things first, we'll have the opener of this day-night doubleheader, the Cubs hosting the Milwaukee Brewers here on Comcast Sportsnet. For the 1,811th time in Cubs history, they'll play 2 games in 1 day. It's a makeup of a rainout back on April 10th, and Travis Wood already ready for tonight's game, Lucha Libre night, out in the bleachers. Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. We'll have both of them starting with Game 1 here against the Brewers. Great to have you with us, Jim DeShays, Len Casper. Just keep it with us here all day and all night. The Cubs last night lost 5-0, but the bullpen gave up those runs. The starting pitching has been in an excellent stretch.
Yeah, the bats have been quiet lately, but the Cubs have been doing their fair share of winning because of the starting pitching. Over the last 6 games, the team is 4-2. The starters just 1-1, but a sparkling 1.88 earned run average, 4 consecutive quality starts, the last 3 of which they have not allowed a single earned run.
Cubs need to score some runs, just 7 over their last 5 games combined, including getting shut out last night. Let's send it down to the field for our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise. Kindly remove your caps and join Alexander Kariotis as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Alexander Kariotis with our national anthem. At least 18 innings coming up. Game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. The Cubs hosting the Milwaukee Brewers next on CSN.
Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. BMO Harris Bank, helping money make sense. BMO Harris Bank, NA member FDIC. AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
I guess we'll say unofficially Ernie Banks Day here at the ballpark. We will play 2. And a rain out on April 10th. So the first game of makeup of that postponement. Regularly scheduled game tonight at 7:05. Also here on Comcast Sportsnet. Always important on a day like this to get as much as you can out of your starting pitchers, particularly in game 1. And that is the veteran Giovanni Gallardo for the Brewers and Carlos Villanueva for the Cubs. Each team with a 26-man roster just for today. The Cubs using Jake Arrieta, their game 2 starter, for that spot. And the Brewers using actually a position player. Scooter Gennett is here.
Yeah, the Brewers, like the Cubs, were carrying an extra man in their bullpen, so they feel like they've got enough arms out there to cover it. So they called Gennett up to fortify the bench for Ron Renicky. Dale Swaim, with the addition of Arrieta, will continue to work with a 4-man bench here for this doubleheader.
Brewers scoring 5 times in the 9th inning in game 1. And Pedro Strop the loss. And the Brewers pitching staff now with its 9th shutout in the last 39 games after the first 66 games without one. That's a very bizarre stat.
Yeah, bizarre and also unexplainable. They were the last team in Major League Baseball to pitch a shutout this year, and now they've rattled off 9 of them. So go figure. Their starters have not been very good this year, but obviously they've been a pretty good run of late. Kyle Loesch was really good last night, as was Jeff Samardzija for the Cubs. Outstanding starting pitching in that ball game, and one big inning by the Brewers. That was the story of the ball game. And some missed opportunities early for the Cubs.
Brewers haven't won a road series in a while. Early June. The Cubs right now with a 4.5 game lead on the Brewers for 4th place in the National League Central. So the home team takes the field behind the former Brewer, Villanueva.
Carlos, a Brewer from 2006 through 2010, moved on to Toronto for a couple of seasons before joining the Cubs. His first ever start against his former club.
Now the Brewers Southwest starting lineup. Pretty similar to last night's game 1, at least 1 through 8 weeks. Aoki and Segura at the top. Lucroy, Gomez, and Gindel in the middle. Bianchi moves up a spot, hits 7th. Betancourt in there for Francisco at first. He'll hit 8th. And Gallardo, a very good hitter for a pitcher, hitting .250 on the year, bats 9th.
Cubs defensively, Junior Lake continues to play every day. He's in left, DeJesus center, Shearholtz right. Valbuena, Castro, Barney, Rizzo third to first. Wellington Castillo behind the plate for our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, 29-year-old right-hander Carlos Villanueva. In and out of the rotation, 28 games, 12 of them starts, 2-7 with a .423 earned run average. Fastball, curveball, slider change. And a bit of a rough go for him since rejoining the rotation. Looking for his first win in quite some time.
Jim Reynolds will work home plate, so he won't have to work tonight. The 2 home plate umpires get 1 game off, which makes sense. Wolf, Estabrook, and Nelson around the bases.
I mean, Jim Reynolds can't work both ends of a doubleheader?
Well, I think he can, but he's not required to, I don't believe.
Anybody can umpire third base. go down there and hang out for a couple hours, and every once in a while you say, no, he didn't go. Pretty good gig. Toss occasional foul ball into the stands.
I think it's like when you drive a truck, you know, every so many hours you have to pull
take
over.
you off the road, yeah. Like a pilot.
So here's Ricky Weeks to start at 1 for 4 with a walk and a 2-run double in the opener. And he takes a sinking fastball at 88 for a strike.
That spot right there was where Jeff Samardzija was so good last night. He was able to command his fastball away to the right-handed hitters. And the wave is 2 for 2 himself. The difference being Jeff throwing 95 miles an hour. Carlos, a finesse guy, he's 87, 88. He knows how to execute a game plan. Really crafty out there on the mound.
Deep breath before the 2-strike offering, and it's in the dirt.
Throw a lot of changeups, even to right-handed hitters. Weeks has been in this Brewer uniform for a good long while now. And they're career leaders in many categories, including one he'd prefer not to be on, but he does strike out a fair bit.
Able to check up his swing. And it's 2-2.
Did he? Jim Wolf, the first base umpire, thought not. I'm not so sure.
It has started to rain. Very light drizzle. Usually take our cue from the fans who are not undercover, and really nobody's moved. So that's the good news. The lights are on.
Yeah, we don't need a rain delay today.
I would say we should be just fine, because if they were expecting anything heavy, we would not have started on time. Busted him inside, and he's run it full, 3-2. Nori Aoki is on deck.
He worked him away and then came hard in, trying to induce a little ground ball, but well off the plate, and Weeks laid off.
Nate Scherholz in right.
It's kind of an interesting at bat. We showed you that graphic where all the balls were. And way, picking at corners, then hard in off the plate, doing all this work to set him up. And at the end of the day, he's like, oh, here's a fastball down the middle. Go ahead and take a swing at it. You want to walk the leadoff man.
Well, this is Villanueva's first career start against his former team. Probably be more significant if guys like Hart, Braun were in their lineup. Not everybody in this lineup was a longtime teammate of his, but they're obviously pretty familiar with his work. Now, these guys were never teammates, Aoki and Villanueva, as he takes a curve for a strike, 1-1.
With Milwaukee, he also worked in the bullpen and in the rotation. 27 starts the bulk of it out of the pen.
He pops it up. Barney in the outfield grass for the second out. Well, I know you like irony.
I do like irony.
So I guess this would be somewhat ironic. You know, Bob Gibson was famous for not talking to a lot of his position player teammates, because at some point he thought he might have to face them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, back then there wasn't nearly as much player movement as there is now, and it seems like guys are much more free with their information, you know, hitters and pitchers talking about things, and yet there's so much more movement these days. So while just knowing what a guy throws, that's not a big advantage for either side, just because there's so much video out there. But I would think if you're a former teammate of a guy who you were close with and talked a lot to about the way you You like to work hitters. That supposedly could give away some info.
And I think as a pitcher, yeah, you got to be careful who you share that with. I know there were hitters that picked up things from their own pitchers. Maybe they were tipping pitches and they wouldn't tell the guy because they wanted to know that information if they faced him later on in their careers.
So something that potentially could hurt the team. They would think about it in that vein. Wow. The 2-1 to Segura is low and outside.
The interesting thing, and the dynamic, I think, is still true today, maybe less so, but for the most part on teams, pitchers tend to hang out together and position players tend to hang out together.
The 3-1 hit hard, but foul.
And one thing as a pitcher you're always wary of is, you develop friendships over time, and then if you're facing a guy in the batter's box, because you have a good personal relationship, is he more comfortable in that batter's box than you would like him to be? Yeah, he's not going to knock me down. He's not going to come hard in. We're old buddies.
The 3-2 pitch. Slider hit foul. Segura just 3 for his last 26. Did score the game-winning run last night after taking a leadoff walk in the ninth.
Well, it's one of those pitchers when he's on his game can give you a very comfortable offer. He doesn't have dominating stuff, so most hitters get into the box thinking, all right, this guy's not going to blow me away. I'm going to do some damage here today. He takes advantage of that.
Well, he made that fastball look faster than it was at 90 miles an hour. Works a 1-2-3 opening inning, and the Cubs are coming up. One through 8, the exact same lineup as last night. We will see changes in game 2. David DeJesus will start it. Junior Lake at 362 batting second. Anthony Rizzo at first. Nate Sherholtz cleans up. Starlin Castro has had great success against today's Brewers pitcher. Luis Valbuena at third. Darwin Barney at second. And the battery right at the bottom, Castillo and Villanueva.
Brewers have had their struggles defensively this year, and we take a peek. Gindel, Gomez, Aoki in the outfield. Bianchi, Segura, Weeks, Betancourt, and Jonathan LaCroix behind the plate. Giovanni Gallardo, our Alexis pursuing perfection starting pitcher for the Brewers, looking to even his record, 8.9, 488, the earned run average.
Prior to this year, his ERA never above 3.84. So very odd to see him with a number that high, approaching 5. One strike on DeJesus. By the way, Jim Wolf is off for game 1. He is working the plate game 2. Mike Muslinski is the first base umpire. 1-1.
Jim probably kicking back in his hotel room, gearing up for the nightcap.
Yeah, probably watching, going, wait, that's not me at first.
Don't ever compare me to Mike Muslinski.
That one lying right back where it came from.
Wolf's probably in his hotel room ripping off about 2,000 one-arm push-ups. Pretty strong guy. There's a knock for DeJesus. Gallardo, the strikeout rate significantly down. Velocity has been down. That's been a big problem for him. Belt high. Go ahead and take a whack at me fastball.
And you go back 2 years, and the average velocity on his fastball down exactly 2 miles an hour. High for ball 1 on Junior Lake.
And what happens is, you know, when you're used to having that life on the fastball and it's not there, there's a tendency then to try to muscle up and get a little something extra. And when you do that, the mechanics suffer, and so does the location. So it's a kind of a domino effect. The velocity's not there. Reach back, misfire, make mistakes up in the zone, try to overthrow the breaking ball, and you hang it.
That ball driven deep, left center. Gindel back to the warning track. He makes a catch right up against the green door. And that's the first out. He hit it a ton, but it came up just short.
Maybe just a little bit down towards the end of the bat. And the bid for a home run by Lake dies in the glove of Gindel out there in left field.
Well, there is a southwest wind. It's only at 3 miles an hour, but technically blowing out today. Lower than normal temperatures this week, 70 degrees as we got started. And the rain has pretty much stopped. Just a very light mist. As Rizzo takes ball 1 low. He had 2 hits and a walk in game 1.
Gallardo, like Villanueva, a 4-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, curve, and change. Doesn't use his changeup very often. Might have been it right there. Always had good breaking stuff. He's always been a big winner. 77 and 52 lifetime.
Nearly as much success lately against the Cubs as he had early on in his career. He was born in Mexico, grew up in Fort Worth, Texas. Jesus started the inning with a single. Now there's 1 out.
Been 13 steals in 13 tries with Gallardo on the mound this year. Cubs beat him back on June 26th. He went 4 innings, allowed 8 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned. And some speculation about Gallardo with the trade deadline coming tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Doug Melvin today saying, nope, we're not going to move Gallardo.
That is ball 4. 51st walk taken by Rizzo.
Well, that's a great example of what I was talking about earlier. A pitcher who just does not have the life on the fastball he's used to having, trying to find it, trying to reach back for a little something extra. And misfiring badly.
Two on for Sherholtz. Tough night last night. You see what he's done lately. And that's including an 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in game 1 of this series. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
That little slider in was the pitch he was having difficulty with last night against Kyle Osho. Expect the Brewers will try to exploit that again this afternoon. Last 10 days. He's driven in 9. Really had a nice road trip.
Pitcher's strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
Throw it by him. You got to be a little more precise. Picking away at that outside edge down around the knees.
Cubs did not take batting practice on the field before the game, nor will they before game 2. It'll be a long day at the park as it is. Jake Arrieta will make his Cub debut later tonight. Two balls, 2 strikes. You didn't really have to deal with the day-night double dip when you pitched, but if you were starting tonight, what time would you want to get to the park? You had a 7 o'clock start, even though your team's playing at 1:20.
I would probably treat it like any other 7 o'clock start.
That Cora will get 1. That's it. And they'll be at the corners with 2 outs. So you'd show up if you showed up at 4:30 for 7:05.
Yeah,
you'd get here at 4:30.
Yeah, I guess it just depends, though. I think that when there's a double header, there's a sense of loyalty that you need to be at the ballpark and cheer on your teammates. So I probably would have been there for game 1. I just wouldn't have shown up much before the game. But I think a starting pitcher would have the option if he wanted to, just to not get out of his routine and come to the ballpark the same time he always does. We're kind of divas that way. They're kind of like prima donnas. Whatever you need. Just...
Well, fans may not know this, but for instance, last night, in most cases, Gallardo and/or Villanueva would have the option to leave the game whenever they want with the early game today. Might stay till the 5th or 6th inning and then go home, get a good night's rest. There's no reason for the next day's starting pitcher to be up past his bedtime. A lot of times guys will fly ahead of their team if they have a day game to start a series in the new town.
Yeah, I know a guy who did that once, and when the team rolled in about 1 o'clock in the morning, he was in the hotel bar.
How did that go over?
That's you better pitch well. You better get him out the next day. That's the way I couldn't sleep, Skip. I just came down to get a drink, relax.
1-1 on Castro. We showed you the numbers: 13 out of 31 versus Gallardo in his career. And if you've been tracking the Cubs with runners in scoring position, you would know that it hasn't been pretty. Going into today, 8 for 76 on this last trip. They had a hit last night that didn't even advance a base runner with a runner in scoring position. It's been a rough go. 3-1.
And I think if you're Dale Swaim or James Rowson or Rob Deere, what you want to see, obviously results matter, but you want to see the approach. Sometimes guys hit into tough luck, and so it doesn't show up in the results, but you don't want guys pressing in situations like this, going out of the zone, trying to hit pitches they should be laying off, or taking pitches they should be jumping at.
Will be cut off by Bianchi, and the throw to second in time. So the Cubs now 9 for 86 with men in scoring position here in the second half. We're scoreless after 1.
At Bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Cubs baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details.
Top of the second, and it's cleanup man Jonathan Lucroy looking at a strike. Got off to a slow start, but has really heated up. At one point he was hitting .208, but over his last 55 games at .339. He grounds out to Castro. 4 up, 4 down for Villanueva. So if Carlos can get through 7 without allowing an earned run, it will be historic.
Good. Look for a little history today.
The Cubs have never had a stretch of 4 straight games in which their starting pitchers went at least 7 and allowed 0 earned runs. They've done it their last 3 games for the first time since August 1971. Hans, Pappas, Pizarro, all with the complete game shutouts. It was a different era. The 0-1 to Gomez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's get our Firestone Complete Care Extra Mile Index.
Yeah, pretty good stuff last time around the Rotation Plus. I think that got the bat.
It did.
Two-seam running fastball moving in on Gomez. About half an inch away from a busted finger. Dynamic player who's put it all together here. Showed signs of it last year, and he has really taken off this season.
Third in slugging in the National League.
So see the numbers in terms of innings pitched. Marja, Carlos Jackson outstanding his last time. That was in Arizona. And then the 3 starts over the weekend in San Francisco.
Big swing and a miss, strike 3. So if you look just at that note, you'd say, well, the bullpen should be in pretty good shape because of the deep starts. True, but the Cubs have not had an off day since the second half began, and then you've got the twin bill today. So they're basically going about 2.5 weeks without an off day, and that does put pressure on your pen. And the fact that the Cubs were in all those close games in San Francisco, they had to use their top guys pretty much all weekend. A strike on Gindel.
Kevin Gregg had yesterday off, but had worked the 3 previous days. Strop has worked 3 days in a row. So those are the guys you're most concerned with if you're looking to protect the lead late.
That one smacked into center. Gindel, who had the Brewers' first hit with 2 outs in the 5th yesterday, does the same thing again today, but this time in the 2nd inning.
He was a big part of it for the Brewers yesterday, trying to put a sack down, a sack bunt that they did not get an out on. Out of that 5-run 9th inning, he singled and doubled earlier in the ball game. Middle of the order, well, everybody in that batting order really quiet until the 9th. Samardzija allowed just 3 hits in 7 innings.
And so they had 3 hits total in their first 8 innings and had 4 in the 9th. Strike on Bianchi. Reading the comments from Aramis Ramirez, who's out for the 2nd time this season with a sprained knee. He's not close to 100% and said he probably won't be until next year. So not sure if and when he'll be back. The 0-1 with Gindel running. It was a hit and run, and Bianchi fouled.
Brewers lead the league in stolen bases. Gomez and Segura, the 2 guys you really have to keep an eye on.
Off the end of the bat, in the air to left. Lake ends the inning. 2-out single, no runs. After an inning and a half, Brewers and Cubs, 0-0.
2nd. Can you believe it's almost August? I cannot believe that. There's still time to bring the family out and enjoy a game before the school year begins. Brewers finish out the season series in Wrigley tomorrow night, and then the first place Dodgers come to town for a 4-game series. Tickets are available for all games. To purchase said tickets, Cubs.com. Yeah, how about the Dodgers? Hanley Ramirez, Yasiel Puig,
Clayton Kershaw. They're hosting the Yankees starting tonight. 2-game series before heading here to the Midwest. Valbuena will start it here in the 2nd. Gallardo labored a bit, 21 pitches in the first inning, but got out of it with no runs. 1 ball, no strikes. On the ground, the Weeks. Send us your comments on today's game through Twitter using hashtag Cubs Talk. We will read one back later on in the contest. It's our AT&T tweet. Here's Barney. Hasn't really gotten untracked here since the All-Star break. Kind of a slow trip at the plate. Did walk twice last night, went 0 for 2. Another late swing. 2 strikes.
To me, like so far anyway, the slider's been the best pitch for Gallardo. He throws the slider pretty hard, has pretty good biting action. His fastball lacks the normal zip. Are we just 3 out of 22 against Gallardo coming into this game? That little slider or cutter, you know, he creates a little movement and he doesn't sacrifice a lot of velocity. He's a guy that's, you know, used to pitching at 92 to 94, and every now and then he used to be able to dial it up to 95 or 6. That's not there for him right now, so he's got to find a plan B. His fastball is pretty straight. Throwing that little cutter, he doesn't sacrifice much velocity, but he does get a little movement. Pretty good in June. It's been a miserable month of July for him.
Full count, 3-2.
You can almost see it in his body language after some of those fastballs, where he's just not leaving my hand the way it normally does.
Pesky Barney stays alive. How about this? Reports are that Brian Wilson has picked a new team. The Dodgers.
Front runner.
Guess it's going to be a minor league deal.
The Giant fans ever forgive him.
Barney foul tips. Gallardo with his first strikeout. 2 away here in the 2nd.
Euclid a Yankee. Brian Wilson a Dodger.
Edmonds a Cub.
Cats and dogs living in harmony.
I don't think we would see him with the Dodgers as soon as this weekend, but maybe by the time we go to LA in August. Strike on Wellington Castillo. Wilson coming off Tommy John surgery last year, the 2nd of his career. And I guess he still has the beard. 0-2. Maybe he can hang with the other Brian Wilson. Beach Boys are from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lined for a base hit.
Nothing else that gets Villanueva to the plate here in the second inning, and will clear that spot in the batting order. This will be fun AB for Carlos against his old buddy. Best of friends coming up through the Brewers organization. Villanueva's going to get a shot at him because of that swing of the bat by Castillo.
Fly ball out in the pretty deep left center, but it's caught by Gindel just on the edge of the warning track. Good contact by Villanueva. I think he and Gallardo had a quick word.
He made a quick turn so he could say something on his way by. Saturday, it's August 3rd. Cubs battle the Dodgers at 3:05. The first 10,000 fans will receive an exclusive limited edition QG Fujikawa bobblehead. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. It's going to be a battle.
Eight, 9-1. Well, the visitors here in the third inning. Brewers have really had the Cubs number lately. They've won 26 of the last 35 meetings between these two teams. Pretty even overall. All time since 1997, the Cubs are 4 games under 500 against the Brewers. Nice crowd for this makeup game. Early Tuesday afternoon.
I wonder how many will be at both games.
That's a good question. I'll try to memorize all of them.
Check those faces out.
Yeah. Yuniesky Betancourt, he's a shortstop by trade, but has played corner spots a lot this year. First time in his career he's played first base at all here in 2013. Pulls that one foul.
Yeah, most clubs pretty well set at first base. You know, you have your slugger, you put him down there, you run him out there 155 times, 160 times a year, and you're good to go. But the Brewers, because of injury, it's been a revolving door at first base. course, picked it up a little bit lately. It was good early and then suffered through a couple miserable months.
Yeah, he hit 8 homers over his last 30 games, but he's hitting just $168 over his last 63. And as I say that, he floats one out in the left for a base hit. That'll put Gallardo possibly in a bunting spot, although you can do a lot of things with Gallardo. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark for you as well. He's got 12 career home runs.
Hitting .250 with 2 home runs this year. One behind Travis Wood now, who hit his 3rd the other day.
Five sack bunts this season. He squares and takes a strike.
See, now if I'm the manager, that would drive me nuts. Unless he didn't have the bunt on, he was just taking a pitch. But if you're up there to sacrifice, there's no reason to take that pitch.
Throw handcuffed Rizzo a bit. Not a very big lead by Betancourt. Bounces to Barney. He will step on the bag. And Rizzo with a nice adjustment. It's a 4-3 double play.
Anytime the fact that Gallardo can handle the bat proved to be beneficial to the Cubs. They take the bunt off, let him swing away, and it turns into a nifty little double play to clean up things for Villanueva after the leadoff single. Rizzo, who was busting hard to cover the bunt, had to hustle back to the bag.
So just like that, 2 outs, nobody on, and it's Weeks who flied to right to start the ball game. Average of 214 on the year.
There's your irony again. If you got a pitcher who can't swing the bat, use a straight bunt. You don't try this. You see Rizzo creeping in and to scramble back to get that return throw.
One and two. They had a nice stretch in June. There was a point earlier this season when he was platooning with Scooter Gennett. Then had that hot stretch. Has basically been playing every day and has gone right back into a slump.
Castillo asking home plate umpire Jim Reynolds to check. He would not. It looked like a pretty good pitch anyway.
Well, it is hard to figure out what has happened to Weeks. I mean, pretty consistently an OPS in the low to mid 8s. Last year 728. This year 683. He has been a below average offensive performer the last 2 years after being well above average, particularly for his position. He had 29 home runs in 2010. He's battled a lot of injuries in his career. Last year, though, 157 games, hit .230.
He's late there.
And he's got to provide offensive value. He's never been considered a particularly strong defensive second baseman.
His bat doesn't stay in the zone very long, so his timing's got to be really good. Some guys with a flatter swing, the bat stays in the zone. They can be a little late. They can be beat by fastballs and still hit them pretty hard the other way. You see that a lot with Ricky.
And he swings and misses, and the inning is over. That's the third punch out for Villanueva. We're still scoreless midway in the third. Is the Cubs annual singles night in the Budweiser bleachers, only available through the Cubs.com special events page. Your singles night ticket package includes an exclusive Cubs t-shirt available in men's and women's cuts. For more info or to purchase tickets, Cubs.com/special events. De Jesus with a leadoff single in the first inning takes ball one in the dirt. Only matinee in baseball. Everything else is later tonight. Correct that. There is a doubleheader in Pittsburgh that starts in a little less than an hour. Lynn and Burnett in game one. Lyons and Compton in game two. By the end of the night, who knows? The Pirates could be in first place if they sweep. This is a tough road trip for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Cardinals have dropped 4 in a row.
They had to go to Atlanta, first place team in the East. 4 in Pittsburgh, and then they go to Cincinnati this weekend. That is a very difficult trip on paper. 1-2. Gallardo wanted it. Could have gone either way. DeJesus gets the benefit. 2-2.
A little bit low, maybe a little bit off that outside edge.
Curveball bounced right back to the mound. That'll go 1-3. Solid contact from DeJesus this time for an out. Coming up in the fourth, we will chat with Cap and Holly. We'll handle our pre and post game duties. They're going to be in studio. We'll do a 4-man broadcast. It's like the scene from The Naked Gun.
What scene was that?
You know, they go to Dodger Stadium and it's Al Michaels along with Tim McCarver and Jim Palmer, Dr. Joyce Brothers, Dick Vitale. Junior Lake gets a hold of one. He's 0 for 2. How about Junior Lake? He has flied deep to the warning track in both at bats. Just about the exact same spot in front of the door out there. About 360 feet away from home plate.
Carbon copy, identical at bats. And again, just maybe a little bit down towards the end of the bat. Hit well, but just couldn't quite get enough of it. 2 pretty good swings here for Junior, but he's nothing for 2.
Rizzo with 2 outs. You mentioned Lucroy, pretty quiet back there behind the plate.
Yeah, he has a good reputation. Framing pitches, stealing some strikes for his pitcher.
His body gets really small behind that target, too. He's like a turtle. Goes into his shell.
Let's get small. The old Steve Martin bit. It was on his comedy album back when there was such a thing.
Right.
Tonight I'm going to go out and get small.
Did he play the banjo on that particular album?
I suspect he did. See how aggressive Gallardo is here. 3-2 on Rizzo after a pretty good swing right there. Trying to paint down and away.
Ball 4. He walked him. Rizzo on for the second time. Saw Steve Martin with his bluegrass band at Ravinia a few years ago. And he told a great story, and it kind of reminds me of baseball a little bit. He said, you know, when you're on tour, be kind of like a baseball team. You're all together all the time. It's your home away from home. You're with the guys all day, all night. You get on the tour bus. You have a beverage. You travel all night. You drive all night. Fall asleep. You get up. You go eat a little greasy kitchen for breakfast. He goes, well, that's what I'm told. I'm usually chartering a jet while they're on the bus. With this long, elaborate story about what it's like to be on the tour bus, and then he drops, so that's what I'm told.
So I've been told.
Yeah, next time they're in town, check them out. It's a great show. Even if you're not sure if you like bluegrass, you will like this show. much happening offensively in this series for the Cubs. Shutout last night. But two have reached with two down here as Sherholtz singles into right. So a walk and a base hit to bring up Castro. Starlin will bat for the second time with two on.
Make a little something happen here with two outs. Rizzo doing a nice job working the walk, and now Sherholtz finds just a little seam on the right side of the infield. All had eyes beyond the reach of Betancourt. Weeks can't track it down either. See a little water splashing up the rain we had earlier. Type of ball where with one out you might press it and try to get to third base, but with two outs makes perfect sense for Rizzo to pull up. Here we go, another RBI opportunity. See if the Cubs can cash in this time. You're talking about Weeks up there with his struggles at the plate, and he holds his hands really low, so he's got a lot of traveling to do to get back into a hitting position, and it's causing him to be late. And there's a similar story with Castro, a guy with a very good pedigree as a hitter, going through some tough times.
It is a game of failure, and certainly how you handle that ultimately determines how good a career you'll have.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Hawley about that. Whether it's with Castro, whether it's swing path or more just timing. I never really went into a prolonged slump in my career. I started as a bad hitter and was able to maintain throughout.
Two and one.
I see some umbrellas up, but I don't see any rain coming down.
And
must be just very fine.
Yeah, a very light sprinkle. Weeks will pick it up. And the Cubs have stranded 5 through 3 innings. We'll talk with Cap and Holly when we come back. 0-0 at the end of 3. Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell. Liv Moss. Well, Cap and Holly invite us to join them on a segment or two on pregame live, so we thought we would invite them to join us here during the 4th inning. Cap, Holly, how are you guys? Doing fine. First of two.
Trying to save ourselves. Long day at the ballpark.
That's right. Easing in here. Todd Hollinsworth, Giovanni Gallardo doesn't quite look the same, does he, as opposed to a year or two ago? Aoki. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's interesting because there are plenty of guys that can pitch at the big league level with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and a decent breaking ball, and that's what Gallardo is right now. But it's not what he's used to being. So there's a big adjustment that needs to happen.
Lake will make the grab. Cap, the trade deadline coming up. The Cubs have made, 5 trades already in the month of July. What are you hearing? Do you feel like they'll make another minor move here in the next 24 hours or so? And do we hear Peavy will not make his start? That was another thing JD and I were talking about over lunch, is what sort of information are clubs getting from Major League Baseball right now. What I've read, it sounds like a lot of people are in the dark as to what actually will happen and when. That ball will go. Gene Segura in a recent slump with his 12th home run of the season, and he got all of it. 1-0 Milwaukee. Villanueva, not a guy who can work from behind in the count.
And not give in. If you're going to work behind, you got to continue to try to make pitches. And that one just ran back over the plate. Looked like he was shooting for that outside edge. Here's your Ford home run replay. Gene Segura going deep for the 12th time this year. And that's the thing about Segura. He can beat you with his legs because of his speed, but he's also capable of taking you deep.
Continue, Cap, as Lucroy steps in. Back-to-back extra base hits as Lucroy will stand at second. That is a double for the Brewers catcher.
Despite all their problems, it's still a pretty dangerous middle of the order that the Brewers run out there with Segura, Lucroy, and Carlos Gomez. So, Holly, we were talking last inning about Weeks and his struggles, and Starlin Castro, and I'd like to get your assessment. You know, with Castro, is it swing path? Is it timing? What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be an aggressive hitter, and we get into the debate of can you fundamentally change the type of hitter a guy is. And I don't think you do with Starlin, but as you say, Holly, maybe take that pitch 4 or 5 inches off the plate, make the pitcher come back to within 2 inches, and then maybe
you got to know what you can't handle, right?
Know your limitations. Gomez takes the walk. So the Segura homer, the Lucroy double, and now Gomez has walked. And it will bring up Caleb Gindel.
Yeah, so he gave up a home run, a double, and then Gomez took that swing where he dropped to his knees. So it gets your attention as a pitcher. A couple real good drives, and then Gomez takes that hellacious swing at him, and understandably got a little cautious with Gomez, and he'll take his shots with Gindel.
Cap, when you talk to people on the radio, and I know you're very active on Twitter and here on CSN as well, just Cub fans in general, I'm sensing that they're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, while a lot of the acquisitions made over the last couple of years and the draft picks, they won't be here for a while. There's a lot of attention paid to Javier Baez, Jorge Soler, Albert Almora. I think the fans are starting to really buy into what's going on here. There's a ball that's fair, dropped by Rizzo. He'll step on the bag. 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Bianchi swings at the first pitch. Valbuena is going to throw home. There were 2 outs. I don't think he obviously knew.
Oh, yeah. Castillo had to scramble back to the plate.
Oh, my goodness. So they get the 3rd out. Not the way you would dial it up, but I guess that's the way it goes. And you guys can talk about that play after the ball game. All right. Cap and Holly, thanks, guys. 1-0 Brewers.
Doubling up today, boys.
Yep, and this is a drizzly Tuesday afternoon.
Stay strong. Get your coffee.
Well, how often does a guy who makes the defensive play lead off the next inning? Actually, Castillo, and you alluded to it, that's a heads-up play by the Cubs catcher, because in that spot, you're normally, at least your head is halfway in the dugout. You're thinking the third baseman is going to throw to first.
Yeah, and I guess if you have a brain cramp and you're not sure how many outs there are, you're better off cutting the runoff at home than going to first. Obviously, you should know how many outs there are. But, you don't see that from Valbuena very often. He's usually always in the game, typically makes the right decision.
That's going to drop down for a leadoff single.
All's well that ends well. Slow-mo replay brought to you by Avis. 2 outs. This play should be to first base. Valbuena, obviously unaware of the out situation, fires home. Look at Castillo scrambling back into your picture to make the catch and apply the tag, and LaCroix was probably safe, having seen it from that angle.
Low.
Really funny, at the end of that play, as LaCroix was walking towards the dugout, he was looking back over his shoulder out at Valbuena. So why are you throwing that ball home?
Raining a little bit harder now. Still not call it a downpour by any stretch, as Valbuena was running. Barney trying to slap that ball into right. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Trying to find a little offense, playing hit and run there, in a situation where Gallardo's not the swing and miss guy he typically is. He's usually about a strikeout per inning pitch, not so much this year. So you feel more comfortable you're going to get contact, and even if you miss, he's not real quick to home plate, so you might be able to steal the bag.
Whatever wind there was when the game started has pretty much disappeared. Very calm afternoon, overcast, drizzly, lights are on. Ground ball. Segura can't handle it. Everybody's safe. It'll be an error on Segura. That opens the door here at the bottom of the order.
76th error committed by the Brewers. That ties them for the most in the National League with the Giants. So Segura hits the home run in the fourth, kicks the ball in the bottom of the fourth, opens the door for the Cubs. And the door's been opened a little bit for them the last couple of days, but they haven't been able to walk through it yet.
Not a bunting spot. The pitcher's on deck. This will be handled by Aoki, and the runners have to hold one away.
Wellington was really working hard to stay inside the ball, didn't want to roll over on anything. Successful to that end. He got it airborne, but didn't hit it very well. Villanueva calling this conference with David Bell in a bunting situation, maybe asking him, hey, look, if they're real aggressive, I might go ahead and pull it back and take a whack at it. One out into the inning. Here we're in the fourth. Plenty of baseball to be played. So the Brewers not going to be overly aggressive here, trying to nail a lead runner. I mean, if you make a bad bunt and they've got a clear shot at Valbuena, they'll take it. Their priority, though, is to make sure they get an out. That thinking changes the later you get in the ball game. Interesting, though, they did have a wheel play on. Hey, what are those guys doing here?
I wouldn't want to sit behind them.
I didn't know they made road trips.
Be a really tall bus.
To ride out on the L with those guys. Wow, this is interesting how aggressively they're defending this bunt. They've got the wheel play on with both corners crashing. Segura covering third. Weeks is staying home.
Popped it up.
He caught that ball.
Caught by Gallardo. Safe at first. Ooh, that was close. Here comes Ron Renicky. It looked to me like he was out. Mike Muslinski made the call. What a catch by Gallardo.
On a deflection.
I think Renicky's got an argument.
Look at this.
We get a look at a
tip
replay.
of the glove, and Gallardo on his belly to make the diving catch. That's pretty slick. And then bang
there.
at first. Tough to tell.
Can't tell there either.
He looked out there, didn't he?
Yeah. So the Cubs get a break, first and second. Yeah, out by a half a foot probably. And Gallardo will take a warm-up toss or two as the trainer's checking on him. You see where he was injured, if he was injured?
I did not. I don't know what body part they are paying attention to.
Let's see.
Well, again, the wind knocked out of him a little bit. Cubs inning got the wind knocked out of it. Pop up. Down in front, we're trying to watch a ball game.
So 2 outs. Here's to Jesus.
Two good swings for DeJesus today. Solid single first time. Hit the ball sharply back to the mound last time.
Rounds to Bianchi, and with the shift, he's got to throw to first instead of second. Another wasted opportunity for the Cubs. Running tally 7 left through 4.
Qdoba Mexican Grill wants to spread their 3-cheese queso love to the Chicagoland area. Opt into Qdoba's mobile club by texting Q to 50500 to receive free chips and queso. August 10th, 16 Chicago teams will compete to be the first Woody's Wiffle Ball Classic champion. The Woods will welcome Chicago's favorite celebrities for a home run derby and celebrity game under the lights here at Wrigley. You can join all the fun. Purchase tickets at woodyswiffleballclassic.org.
All right, so if you want to score the Villanueva bunt, line drive 3-1, because it deflected off the first baseman Betancourt, who leads off and fouls back here in the 5th. 1-0 Milwaukee.
Carlos able to limit the damage to the solo home run by Segura last inning. Could have been more. McCroy double, Gomez walk, but he got Gindel and Bianchi to finish the inning. Now he's got 8-9-1 due up.
Snaps that streak of no earned runs in at least 7 innings for Cubs starters at 3 games.
Made 2 starts on the road trip. In Denver, he worked 4 innings, allowed 9 hits, 7 runs. And then in Phoenix, 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs. Took the loss in both of those ball games.
Deep left, Lake back to the warning track, and it is gone. Betancourt with a leadoff homer, his 12th of the year. And it's 2-zip.
Let's see, trying to go away with a breaking ball, and it just floats over the inside part of the plate. Ford home run replay, 2nd of the day for the Brewers, 12th of the year for Betancourt. Numbers 11 and 12 allowed by Carlos this year. Normally solo home runs aren't going to beat you. Where the Cubs have been scuffling for runs, though. Today could be a different story.
2 quick strikes to Gallardo. He doesn't have to worry about a bunt here. He can swing for the fences. As he strikes out, sky's brightening up a little bit, and the rain has stopped. And outside to Weeks on a cutter. Ball 1. Change up. It's 1-1. Hit hard, backhanded by Balbuena. Gets up quickly, makes a strong, accurate throw to first for the out.
Sharply hit. That breaking ball stayed up a little bit on Villanueva. Bueno with the backhanded play, quickly to his feet. Plenty of arm.
Noritsuka Aoki. A couple of days ago hit his 100th home run in Japan and the majors combined. Called strike. Another one, 1-2.
He gets out on that front foot, more of a slap type hitter, but every now and then he'll lay into one. A good bunter.
One got by everybody. He's aiming for the camera.
Just hoping to get Euchre to say just a little bit high.
Swing and a miss. He spins him around to end the inning. Betancourt with a leadoff homer, and it's 2-0 Milwaukee.
Cam. Junior Lake, 2 at-bats today, 2 very similar swings of the bat. Breaking balls from Gallardo. That ball up a little bit, just out towards the end of the bat, just missed every bit of it to the wall for an out. And then one more time. 2 good swings, but 0 for 2 so far for Lake. That's our Coors Light freeze cam. And take a look at his 3rd try now against Gallardo.
Gallardo working with a 2-0 lead. Lake will be followed by Rizzo and Sherholtz. High again, 2-0.
Yankee in a little bit at third base. Junior Lake, a good bunter. We've seen that 3 or 4 times already. Well, Weeks is deep at second. He's very capable of pushing a bunt in that direction. He's not going to bunt here 2-0. Got a little greedy there. If you're going to cheat, that's the time to do it. 2-0, take a big swing, come up empty. You still got a couple strikes to play with. But you got to change the approach a little bit. Gallardo really hasn't been close to the strike zone yet in this sequence.
Was in the strike zone, and it's popped into right. We bring up Anthony Rizzo, who has walked both times up. Two.
Breaking balls from Gallardo today.
Rizzo, good two-strike approach. Has been on now all 3 times. 2 walks and a single.
Watching the way Gallardo has approached most of the Cub hitters and the way Gallardo has approached him, Rizzo feeling pretty confident that he's probably going to see a breaking ball there in 2 strikes. Gallardo left it up just a little bit. Hitters are going to quiet things down with 2 strikes on them. They're more able to get to that 2-strike breaking ball as opposed to a count where they're cheating on a fastball.
Now Scherholtz, his name's been all over Twitter today. Rumors and reports of lots of teams interested in him. We're near the trade deadline. Traded last year from the Giants to the Phillies. Trade brought Hunter Pence to San Francisco.
The Cubs in an enviable position. You know, the guys that they're talking about that people seem to have interest in, Scherholtz, Gregg, Russell to a lesser extent, they really like playing here. So you could trade them and end up re-signing them in the offseason.
Popped him up off of third. It's Bianchi in foul territory. Hey, Cub fans, join Cubs board member Todd Ricketts on August 25th for a charity 100-mile bike ride that starts and ends here at Wrigley Field. After the ride, celebrate on the outfield grass with a performance by Bodines. For exclusive details, go to worldbicyclerelief.org. Yeah, you often hear teams move players, and the player and the general manager says exactly that. It doesn't happen very much, though, does it?
No. I did it with Minnesota. I was traded at the deadline to the Giants, and then re-signed the owner. Yeah. And I imagine I really regretted doing that, but things didn't work out so well that second year in Minnesota. But because, players, if said player gets traded and he goes to that team and he contributes and they win, and all of a sudden he's very, very comfortable there and they like him, and so maybe he re-ups there. But see, Chicago's kind of unique in that in this city, there's a lot of guys that want to play in Chicago. They want to be part of Wrigley Field and Chicago and everything that goes along with it.
I think the biggest issue is you sign a guy, you get a pretty under market deal, or something that works, then he does well, you trade him, then you get to the offseason and his agent says, yeah, we'll come back, but not at the price you paid him last year. Big swing and a miss, 2-2. I think the main reason it doesn't happen is a lot of guys who are traded were not free agents, but become free agents, and once they do get out on the open market, they cost too much for the original team to bring that guy back. Three and two.
But the players we're talking about in this case would make sense on the 2014 Cubs, given where they are in their rebound. You could bring Scherholtz back in a very similar role that he's in this year. Kevin Gregg could come back and be a big part of the bullpen next year as well. And again, it comes down to dollars and and what other offers are out there from other clubs. But you don't see either one of those two guys blowing up in the market.
Absolutely. Yeah, they would be exceptions. Runner goes on the 3-2. Base hit. Rizzo will stop. Cubs keep getting 2 runners on, but they haven't been able to cash in.
And Giovanni Gallardo pitching a shutout to this point in the game, but boy, it's, you know, the stuff is not crisp. He's left a lot of breaking balls up in the zone. That was kind of a lazy breaker there.
Valbuena, strike 1. It's like Bud Norris is not going to start for the Astros tonight. He has not been traded, but because there's a possibility of that, as you check out our AT&T UVerse multi-view.
Yeah, I suspect Norris will be moved. One of the better fastballs from Gallardo today, 92 with pretty good sink.
Well, they've left 2 on in the 3 of the first 4 innings, and the other inning left 1, and they have 2 more on with 2 down here in the 5th. Tapped foul, 1-2.
Gallardo's certainly established his willingness to throw the breaking ball today. I wonder if he feels like he can sneak a fastball by Valbuena in this situation. I get the sense that he has a lot of confidence in his heater. Overthrew that one. You almost get the sense that there's something physically bothering him when he cuts loose with that fastball. The body language. Easy now, fellas. Show me fastball. Looks like he's going to come back with something soft. Mentioned earlier, Doug Melvin quoted today saying he's not going to trade Gallardo. You can understand why. He's only 27 years of age, and when right, he's one of the best pitchers in the league. Just struggled this year, just didn't have a good fastball. A lot of theories.
Full count.
Some people say, well, he really extended himself in the WBC. I don't know, would that affect you at the end of July? Seems like a bit of a reach. He's pitched a lot of innings in his big league career. Might be just going through a phase of kind of a dead arm.
There they go. Ball 4.
Good take on a very close pitch. Backdoor slider. A little bit low. Good AB by Valbuena to load the bases.
Pitching coach Rick Kranitz out to talk it over. Barney with the bases loaded, and a chance here to at least tie the game. His team down 2.
Be ready to jump them early, Darwin. pitch. Yeah, you can see the frustration from Barney. Had a pitch there.
Ball and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Cubs trail by 2. The kick and the pitch. And he spoils it. See some action in the Brewers bullpen. Rob Wooten, a right-hander, will start to play catch. A lot of traffic for Gallardo here today.
Oh, he's hurt.
And something happened. He is limping around after delivering that pitch.
Cramp?
Maybe a hammy.
One strike away from qualifying for a win here this afternoon. He's got plenty of wins. He's not overly worked up about that, but he's got to come out of this game.
He's not even going to try to talk the Brewers athletic trainer into letting him stay in. So that'll be it. How about that? They'll have to go to their bullpen. A 1-2 count, bases loaded here in the 5th inning. So he'll leave due to injury, and Wooten, I believe, nope, it'll be John Axford. So I think Ron Renicky treating this inning almost like a mini save opportunity. On to call to the pen. We'll be back.
All reservations come with convention passes built into the room package, and we certainly hope you'll join us in January. I was able to experience that for the first time this winter, and it was something else. donning the Lucha Libre mask over there in radio.
Getting ready for tonight, Judd Surratt and Keith Moreland.
Come Tuesday night. Judd, the Juggernaut, Surratt, and the Zonk. Axford 4-4 with a 389 through 51 ball games. Formerly the closer, but the Brewers had fallen on hard times. Able to bounce back. A hard thrower.
Will get as much time as he needs. Well, it sounds like, as you mentioned, the Brewers not interested in trading Gallardo. If they were,
it ain't going to happen.
Not going to happen now. Get more cash back when you earn up to 5% back on purchases in categories you choose with the U.S. Bank Cash Plus Visa Signature Card. Apply today at any U.S. Bank branch.
So, regardless of the outcome of this at-bat, this batter will be charged to John Axford. So there's no way that Gallardo could manage to qualify for the win here. I was thinking if he punched him out, since it was 1 ball, 2 strikes, that maybe Gallardo would get credited with the strikeout, but checking the rule book, that is not the case.
Axford will probably take even a little extra time because it's a pretty big spot.
Now, conversely, had Axford come into this situation in a disadvantaged count, 2 balls, no strikes, 2-1, 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, and walked him, that walk would be charged to Gallardo.
But the out is given to the pitcher who records it.
Yes. Regardless of what the count is coming into when he comes into the ball game.
Hey, visit Facebook.com/CSN Chicago and like us to win a pair of Lollapalooza passes for this weekend's festival at Grant Park, or you can enter at CSNChicago.com. We'll check out the Killers Friday night.
Killers.
Yeah.
Kelly's going. She's all gung-ho to see Lana Del Rey. And Plesac on top of the Brewers' career save leaders list. John Axford, number 2.
Well, he fingers a Hall of Famer. So 3 on, 2 down, and a 1-2 count on Barney. Axford ready. Outside. Kind of a weird at bat for Barney, right? He's got the scouting report in his head, already having faced Villanueva twice. Now facing a totally different pitcher in the middle of this at bat.
Dial it up to catch up to Axford's fastball versus what Gallardo was featuring.
Into center, to base hit. 1 run in. Here comes Castro. The throw to the plate. Cut off. It's 2-2.
Well, there's that clutch hit the Cubs have been waiting for. Despite the change of pitchers, Barney delivers fastball down at the bottom of the knees on the outside part of the plate. Not a bad pitch at all, but Barney able to drop the head. Good work with the lower body. Go down and get this one. Stay behind the ball and ping it into center field.
Inning also still alive for Castillo. Game tying 2-run hit for Barney. Those runs charged to Gallardo.
Unlikely that Gallardo was going to pitch deep into this game anyway, the way the pitch count was climbing on him. It's still a much earlier move to the bullpen than Ron Renicky wanted to make this afternoon, with the game coming tonight as well.
big piece of Lucroy. A rough inning for the battery. Gallardo has already exited. Lucroy, let's see where he got hit. Part of the chest protector.
Piece of the collarbone too. Nice play down there. That guy right there. A heck of a play, and then handled it to a kid.
Base hit. Valbuena around third. He's going to score, and the Cubs lead 3-2.
A little something done here at the bottom of the batting order. Bunch of good at-bats in this inning by Cub hitters. 4 knocks and a walk, and they pushed 3 across. Not close enough where Segura could dive and at least knock that ball down. Good tight turnaround third base by Valbuena. Cubs have the lead. Gallardo, who's hoping to qualify for a win, now on the wrong side of this decision. And Villanueva's got a chance to pick up his first win in quite some time.
Two. Well, Gallardo couldn't get the win, but can get the loss. Villanueva now with his first lead. Tight left hamstring for Gallardo. And that one punched into right. Barney coming home. Here's Aoki's throw. That's late. 4-2 as Villanueva knocks in a run. His first RBI of the year.
Boy, great base running by Barney. We talked about the turn of Valbuena at third base. Barney, outstanding turn. Aoki got on it quickly. Good, strong throw, but Barney just ahead of that one-hop throw. Let's watch him run. Shuffle, shuffle with the secondary lead. One quick peek to find the ball. Outstanding stuff. Backdoor slaps home plate. 4-2 Cubs.
Floodgates have opened. 3 straight 2-out hits with runners in scoring position. Swing and a miss by DeJesus. So Axford came in with a 1-2 count on Barney. That's given him 3 consecutive singles. DeJesus went. It's 0-2. Tough spot for Ron Renicky because you've got a game tonight. He really can't get anybody up here. Use 2 guys, really 3 guys to get through this inning. So it's Axford or bust at the moment.
Yeah, nobody down there wants to answer the phone right now.
By the way, that's Villanueva's first RBI in 5 seasons. And some time in the American League in the interim.
With Milwaukee, mostly a relief pitcher, probably didn't have that many chances. Never been a big believer in that adage, hitting is contagious. I think hitters just take advantage of a struggling pitcher.
Another base hit. Castillo will jog home 5-2. Brewers put up 5 in the 9th to win it last night. The Cubs have answered in the 5th today after trailing 2-0.
He throws hard, but the fastball is pretty straight. The breaking ball has been up a little bit. DeJesus jumped on one of those. 5 in the 5th so far.
Lake started the inning by flying out to right.
Now, the one thing you tell a pitcher when he comes into the game in one of these injury situations is take your time. Make sure you're ready to go.
Kick the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Way outside that time, 2-1. By the way, we want to welcome those viewers watching in Canada on Rogers Sportsnet and around the world. Men and women serving our great nation on the Armed Forces Network. Great to have you with us. Three balls and a strike.
Well, what a good take that was by Lake. Swing and miss curveball. He was able to lay off, and now he's forced Axford into a situation where he may get a fastball to hit right here with Anthony Rizzo on deck. Get ready, young man. Beat him with it.
swing and a miss to end the inning. Well, we mentioned singles night coming up at Wrigley Field later on this week. Singles day here today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them in the 5th inning, and the Cubs now lead by 3. A chance to own one-of-a-kind game-used Cubs items. This week's auction features the Cubs on deck circle used here at Wrigley Field during the 2012 season. Go to Cubs.com/authentics to bid now, or call 773-404-4753 for all other memorabilia needs.
That would make a nice welcome mat. You had an on-deck circle out in front of your front door. Could hang it on a wall. You don't like either of those ideas.
No, I'm just listening. You're very creative with the giveaways. I like it. Wow. Body ink. I think I would frame it, put it up on my wall in the basement. That's what I would do with the Cubs on deck circle.
Throw it in the man cave.
Yeah. Segura flies to right. 5-2. The Cubs have the lead in the 6th.
A little wiggle room now for Villanueva to work with. Chance to be a little bit more aggressive. One swing of the bat's not going to hurt him. He's allowed 2 solo home runs today.
Oh, by the way, happy National Cheesecake Day.
Today, National Cheesecake Day. I thought that was coming up. Like plain, or you like little strawberries or something going on? Chocolate chips?
Open. I guess the answer would be yes. All of the above. It has cheese and cake in it. I'm in. 3-0 on Lucroy.
Look of exasperation on the face of Villanueva. Throw this one right down the middle. That's his intention anyway.
He does. Underway in Pittsburgh. They're in the second. Pirates 1, Cardinals nothing. Is a straight up 2-for-1 double dip. Even in the win column, Pirates trail by 1 in the loss column.
Pretty good pitching matchup in Detroit tonight. Steven Strasburg, Anibal Sanchez. Nice comeback.
De Jesus will get to the spot. Good comeback, as you said, by Villanueva from 3-0 to 3-2, and he gets the out.
Tonight, CSN continues our look back on a season to remember with the Blackhawks' biggest stars. Catch an exclusive interview with Corey Crawford tonight at 6:30 as the goaltender tells the story of his NHL journey and how it felt to go from small-town goalie to Stanley Cup hero. See the interview tonight at 6:30 on Sportsnet Central. Uncensored.
No bleeps.
No bleeps. Where's Corey Crawford from? Obviously a small town.
Corey Crawford, I think, is from Montreal, isn't he? Quebec? Find that out. Quick pitch. 1-1. Yeah.
Gomez.
Montreal.
It's not a small town. He must be from a small town outside of Montreal, huh?
Another quick pitch. Oh my goodness, Gomez came out of his shoes on that swing.
He doesn't get cheated.
Villanueva got away with one, but it was.
Yeah, it was one of those so bad it was good pitches. Stayed up and in a little bit instead of floating down into the danger zone. Whoop. Harry Doyle.
When he has that look on his face, he's telling a long, fun story. Bob, you.
Look what that guy can do. Yeah, you know, it's interesting the dynamic in this at bat with Villanueva quick pitching Gomez smiling, then the big swing, and you get the sense that Carlos trying to finish him with a fastball there, and Gomez wouldn't bite. Go back and just make a pitch.
Yeah, well, he wants this one down on the 3-2. Was at the knees and fought off.
Gomez has a lot of actions that if you're in the other dugout, probably not a big fan, but everybody we talk to, including Dale Swaim, who's been around him, say he's a heck of a kid. Real good guy.
The most exciting players in the game today. And he takes a huge home run swing, comes up empty, and a shutdown sixth for Villanueva against his former team, working with a 5-2 lead.
speed action. The Cubs lead the league in extra base hits, but it's a string of singles here. First Barney off of Axford, punching one into center. In comes Castro. Wellington Castillo, a little bit of a hanging breaking ball. Doesn't smoke it, but he found a nice spot for it. Valbuena comes home, and the hits keep on coming. Carlos Villanueva, little punch into right field to score Barney. David DeJesus, line drive single. The second knock of the day. Castillo come on down. The Cubs put a 5 spot on the board in the 5th to take control of the game. And now Robert Wooten, the rookie, just a couple of appearances. We saw him last night. A good day for Rizzo. A couple of walks, a single. 2 coming last inning. He scored the first run.
Got some changes in the outfield. We'll sort out for you. Two-1 from Wooten is fouled away. Gomez, in fact, is out. Davis now in left. Gindel in right, Naoki in center. Called strike 3.
So not that Ron Renicky is giving up on this game, but I'm guessing he's just trying to save the legs of Gomez a little bit, keep him fresh for the nightcap.
Swing and a miss by Sherholtz.
Did that pitch ever have some late movement? He throws a splitter. I'm wondering if that was a splitter that just kind of darted at the end. There's another one.
Slider. Tap foul. Just missed the outside corner. Swing and a miss. He got him.
My goodness. Might have found something here with Wooten. This is a splitter again, and watch the action on this one. Great look at it there. The split finger grip, the tumbling action, but he throws it pretty hard, 84 miles an hour. Starts in the zone and then just dives down below the knees. '13th round pick out of the University of North Carolina was Wooten.
Sliding backhand, Bianchi retires Castro. That was a really nice play. He's a shortstop by trade. We go to the 7th, 5-2 Cubs. Pitcher Rich Nye, lefty day. I'll let the Southpaws take over here. We're actually going to start not talking about the Cubs. What year was your first game as a kid in Montreal?
69.
Okay, you would have missed. Well, 1970.
Oh, I would have
seen.
Yeah, I would have seen Rich. I would have been.
Rich pitch
we
as an
went up there every year. Yep.
Mark Géry.
Yes, absolutely.
Swing and a miss on a changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, welcome back to Wrigley Field.
Oh, it's great to be back. This ambiance here in Wrigley Field was the best.
Rookie year was 1966. A couple of games that year. 67, 68, 69. The build up under Leo.
Yes, that was an interesting experience too.
Do tell.
Yes.
Popped up. Rizzo's calling for it, but Barney will take it. Yeah, what was it like playing for Leo the Lip?
You know, it was great. He just wanted you to go out and work hard every day and play the game. Don't complain, don't whine. Something hurt you, you didn't say anything about it, just went out and played. Spit some tobacco juice on it and go. And he didn't fool around. You know, he pretty much let you know what was on his mind. But as I was saying in the radio interview, when I wanted to know what was on his mind, I usually found out in the paper the next day because he was talking to the reporters about it. He wouldn't really tell me directly. But it was a nice era to be playing baseball for sure.
It was Bianchi who made that really nice defensive play. Ball 1 outside. You had to find out when you were pitching by reading the paper too?
Yeah, you didn't know what the starting rotation was going to be, and a lot of times they would switch their mind at the last minute, and you'd come into the clubhouse, and there'd be a ball sitting on your chair, and you'd say, "Well, what's that?" You say, "You're starting pitching today," and you just spent the night out on Rush Street, so that was not a good choice. Sometimes you had to go to the doc to see if you could get some help.
Was there a method to that madness? Was it or just the randomness of it?
No, that was his randomness.
Changed his mind.
Well, he was an instinct coach, manager. He, if he felt that there was time to do a hit and run, even if it wasn't called for, he'd be doing it. You know, and he liked to call pitches and give the catcher an idea of where to throw the pitches. And
Oh, really?
Yeah, I always had some question about that myself, but. He was in charge, so you let him run the show.
Core with 1 on and 1 out. He is 2 for 2 with a home run, and he looks at a strike.
It's interesting because most old school guys complain about the modern game being run too much by managers and coaches. It's interesting that back then in the 60s that Leo had that much influence in pitch calling.
And he did, and I was playing with Gene Mauch up in Montreal, and he was one of the first managers at the time that was keeping track of pitches and where the balls were hit on the field, how to place the players. It was almost like the computer programs are today, I'm sure. But that's how he ran his game, and he would frequently call pitches.
Mauch was thought of as being kind of a step ahead of the game, wasn't he? He was a real thinking man.
Absolutely.
Bianchi runs, and that ball's drilled out in the right center. And the Brewers threatening here in the 7th. Will bring the tying run to the plate. It'll be Chris Davis. Speaking of doctors, you became a veterinarian.
I did. Absolutely.
Were you always interested in that?
I was always interested in animals. I went to school at UC Berkeley and got a degree in civil engineering prior to baseball. And during my baseball career, I was, not all that motivated to be an engineer. I just thought that didn't fit with me. I had this interest in animals, and I talked with a good friend of mine, John Olerud, who was a catcher at the time, and we were in spring training, and he said, "Hey, you ought to see what you could do being a veterinarian. It's a similar kind of
discipline."
Yeah, similar kind of thing, problem-solving kind of thing. And it was absolutely a perfect fit. I've done it for 36 years, and it's still having a profession, a job that you can. Get up in the morning and say, "God, I get to go to work today." It's like your job, guys.
Right. Well, pitching change here. We'll be back. James Russell on. It's the Honda call to the pen in the 7th. pen, and it is James Russell against Chris Davis, as the Brewers have runners at the corner with only one out. Cubs leading the game 5-2. As he'll face Chris Davis. Davis batting for the first time, just came into the game in left field in the bottom of the 6th. The Yankee at third, Betancourt at first, and he swings and sends one to deep right. That ball is gone, and with one swing of the bat, Milwaukee has tied it up. An opposite field home run.
He did not waste a single pitch. Jumped all over the first offering from Russell to tie this ball game. And man, what a crazy day at the ballpark. Trying to go down and away, and ball just cuts a little bit back towards the middle of the plate. See it on our home run replay here, brought to you by Ford. The load and then the swing by Chris Davis.
The base is empty after the home run. Still only one out. We're here with former Cub pitcher Rich Nye. Rich, what would you say the highlight of your career was? If you had to pick one.
Wow.
13 wins in 67. I mean, is there one particular
performance? That was great. But I think pitching a Saturday game of the week, mid-July, I think it was, in 1967, and we went into first place. By half a game, because the Cardinals were playing a doubleheader that day. They lost the first game of their doubleheader, and we won. So for about half an hour, I think we were in first place. And I think it was that day that Santo might even have done his heel kicking routine. And I remember staying in the ballpark for at least an hour afterwards, and the fans all stayed in the ballpark until they changed the flags out there to put the Cubs up on top. It didn't last that long, but the next day Jenkins won, and we did go into first place. So this is the first time in 22 years that they'd been in really the first division and actually in first place. It was pretty exciting.
Well, we look forward to your rendition of the stretch coming up.
Great.
No pressure.
No.
You'll be great. There's a pitch to Aoki, and it almost hit him. He really crowds the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. He leans in and takes a strike. It's 1-1.
I think Russell being used in this situation, a function of the fact that there's 2 games scheduled today, the fact that Strope has worked 3 days in a row, so you gotta do things a little bit differently. James in his career has been really good against right-handers. This year he's had his struggles.
Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Well, I guess the only good news is Carlos Gomez is out of the game for the Brewers. We assume it had nothing to do with any sort of injury. Pitcher spot went into his spot in the lineup. Awkward swing there by Aoki, but inside outs it into left for a base hit.
So, Rich, did you have a favorite teammate back in the day?
Yeah, my roommate was Joe Necro, and Joe and I hung out during the season. And, yeah, I tried to stay up with him for the time, but yeah, that was fun. And there were a lot of young guys that joined the team. You know, I had only spent a couple months in the minor leagues before I came up. Joe had only spent a few months in the minor leagues before he came up. So we had
a lot of guys in the
lot of things, same age group, and we had the same commiseration with the manager and communication with the manager and expectations. But baseball was just fun. I still try and imagine getting paid anything to go out and run around on that field out there. I know that there's people sitting in the stands and at home that would do that for nothing. They'd even pay for the opportunity. So it was quite an opportunity.
Segura at the plate in a tie ball game. He homered in the fourth.
Had to be interesting too. So you go from Chicago, which is steeped in baseball tradition, to Montreal, where if you're there in 1970, it's the second year of the franchise, and it's all new. Well, they had a AAA club up there, but still, big league baseball was all new to them. That must have been kind of a fun experience.
Oh, it was. A typical thing would be like tonight. There's a doubleheader schedule. We had a doubleheader schedule, and the stands were packed. First game got rained out. Nobody left the stands. They said, well, we're waiting for the second game. Rain is forecast for the entire rest of the evening, but they didn't leave because there was a doubleheader, so you just never know what's going to happen.
Runner goes. Here's the throw. Really no chance. That they stolen off the pitcher. Brewers lead the way in steals. I believe that's their 96th of the year.
Aoki with his 15th. He's been caught 10 times, so he hasn't been particularly efficient. But he is capable, and now he's in scoring position for Segura, who is looking to take the lead back from the Cubs.
Now Russell steps off. Like the Cubs had grabbed the lead for good when they scored 5 times with 2 outs in the 5th inning. And Chris Davis with a game-tying 3-run homer here in the 7th. There goes again, and Naoki will get third.
Castillo was crossed up. Worry too much about a base runner taking third base with 2 outs. So Aoki was not really checked out there at second. Had a nice, comfortable lead.
Golf to left. Lake will not get it. And Milwaukee leads again. A 4-run 7th.
Second hit of the day for Segura. He homered in the 4th. That's his 13th double. This ball moving in towards his back foot. That's going to bounce before Castillo can get a glove on it. And he manages to break down his lower half. My goodness, you kidding me? Looked like a tennis player. How do you solve that as a pitcher, right? I mean, you can't.
Yeah, that's the pitch that should get him out.
Will intentionally walk Lucroy. And that will bring up the pitcher spot. It would have been Gomez, but as we mentioned, he was taken out of the game in the 6th.
Nobody out yet from the Brewers dugout to take this at bat.
It might be Scooter Gennett, although he's heading back into the dugout. There is ball 4, and it'll be Martin Maldonado, the backup catcher. A fairly recent change. Now on doubleheader days, teams can add a 26th player to their roster for just that day, which I think is a good change.
Guys back in the day, Rich, routinely played doubleheaders, didn't you, on Sundays?
Oh, absolutely.
Sundays and holidays?
Definitely. And if you had makeup games, they just kept putting them together back to back. We had doubleheaders on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. One occasion I remember. Wow.
Well, at least the fans will be in a good mood when you sing, given recent developments out there in the field.
Yeah.
You're going to have to lift them up.
They've been ready to sing for a while here.
Yeah. I'm standing. Stretching.
Well, it is great to have you here. We see a lot of your former teammates all the time. Ernie, Billy, Fergie. Let's see, Randy Hundley.
Popovich.
Beckert. Out at third. Time to sing the stretch with Rich Nye.
Take me out to the ball game. Former Cubs pitcher Rich Nye.
Hello, Chicago Cub fans. Great to be back here in Wrigley Field. Let me hear you now. A 1, a 2. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the park. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Come on, Cubbies, let's annihilate them.
Header here at Wrigley Field. Tune in as Jake Arrieta makes his Cubs debut against Milwaukee's Tyler Thornburg. Don't miss Cubs Brewers tonight at 7 on Comcast Sports Net. Either at 7 or at some point after this game, whichever comes first. Martin Maldonado stays in the game to catch. Brandon Kinsler, who works for the 43rd time. 3-0 with a 287.
So Rob Wooten could get his first major league win if their bullpen can hold him. On a hop, hit hard, but Segura, high throw. Betancourt stays on the bag, and Valbuena is retired. Well, Barney came up with that big hit. He tied the game with a 2-run single, and the Cubs would go on to take a 3-run lead back in the 5th inning. Our AT&T tweet. Nice piece of clutch hitting by Barney and Castillo with runners on. Yeah, that was an outburst, to say the least, considering the Cubs haven't done much since the break. Righty on an 0-2. Sinker misses low and away. Interesting outfit. On 2 bounces, it's Weeks to get Barney. That's the thing about baseball, you know, your run scoring and your run prevention, they are totally separate entities. And you go through stretches where you get great pitching, you don't score much. Fortunately for the Cubs, they ended up sweeping the Giants, even though they scored 6 runs in 3 games. You have stretches where you're not pitching well and you're not scoring runs, you get blown out. It hasn't happened a lot lately. Then you pitch great, you hit great, and you win 12-0. Well, today, one of those days where you finally get some big 2-out runs, but the pitching staff can't hold the other team.
Yeah, you feel like you're in a pretty comfortable position, and boom, just like that, the Brewers turn the game around on you.
Trying to get all those phases to work together, it's easier said than done. Smack to deep left. That'll one-hop the Ivy. Castillo motoring into second with a double. That's his 3rd hit today.
Had a lot of good swings of late. Cubs with all those singles back in the 5th. But this is more their game. They lead the league in extra base hits. Here's a 2-out double. A real nice approach from Castillo. Real quiet in the box and explosive with the hands.
So Bourbon will hit for Russell, and a base hit here could tie it up again. I think if this game were in the 9th, we would see possibly a Bourbon pinch running and a Deanna Navarro hitting. Be careful in how you use guys here. Only in the 7th in a close game as Blake Parker gets ready for the 8th.
Pretty good run on that fastball. Bourbon has been used more frequently than any Cub pinch hitter. 7 out of 35 prior to this at bat.
The knees 1-2. Swing and a miss to end the threat. And we'll go off to the 8th. Milwaukee 6 and the Cubs 5. On the Nuveen Investment Suite level. Watch the game with a former Cubs player. Listen to classic stories about life as a Cub. With a luxury food and beverage package and a unique gift for each guest, the Audi Legends Suite is the most exclusive way to watch a Cubs game. For more info, visit Cubs.com/suites. Blake Parker is on here in the 8th inning with the Cubs trailing by a run.
Fairly atypical game compared to what the Cubs have been playing lately. Runs going up on the board. Parker 0-1, 282. Looks for the 24th time. James Russell, 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 runs. A walk, no strikeouts. Villanueva today, 6 1/3, 6 hits, 4 runs. Walk 2, struck out 6.
So Maldonado was at the plate when Segura was caught stealing to end the 7th. Parker's 0-1 is swung on and missed. A fastball. They just blew that one right past him.
.94 miles an hour just off the outside corner, and Maldonado nowhere close.
Here's Gindel, 1 out of 3. Started the game in left. Now playing right. Ball got out of the Milwaukee bullpen. Mike Gonzalez. There it is. It's high, 1-1. Line in the left. Each team now in double digits. Cubs with 11 hits. That's the 10th for the Brewers.
Good looking young hitter, Caleb Gindel. Solid approach. He was hitting .294 down at AAA Nashville. He hit 10 home runs down there. Taking a hit at where it's pitched approach.
The Yankee fouls back, and Castillo's going to have room. Two down in the inning. And it'll bring up Betancourt, who had been stone cold, but has had a huge day. He's 3 for 3 with a home run and 2 runs scored. Gindel's still at first, 2 outs. And the pitch. It's up. Parker went to the University of Arkansas and was a 16th round pick of the Cubs in 06. He's from Fayetteville. And stayed in his hometown. He played a little bit of everything at Arizona. He caught, played outfield, corner spots on the infield. Just didn't hit enough. Cubs made him a pitcher 2007. It's been a long road for Parker.
Funny, some converted guys, when you see him on the mound, you can tell. He just doesn't look like a pitcher, but not the case with Parker.
So drafted in 06 and did not make his big league debut until last year. Dealt with some injuries. A couple of long DL stints in 2012 due to right elbow problems.
Betancourt, not a very patient hitter. He likes to swing the bat. You can get him to chase out of the strike zone. Just too far out. He offer at that, but slider moving off the outside corner. He'll chase. Shoulder high heater. He doesn't always miss it.
That time 2-2. One thing I remember about Betancourt when he was in Seattle, this is going back, gosh, 4, 5, 6 years, is he was a really good defensive shortstop. Parker's 2-2, and Core really seeing the ball well today. Does not chase. 3-2. Kendall goes on the 3-2, and it's hit in the air. Right center. And it's DeJesus to end the inning. David will lead off the bottom of the 8th. It is 6-5 Brewers. Michael Gonzalez.
And we saw him last night. The veteran left-hander came up with the Pirates about a decade ago. He's also been a Brave and Oriole. Last year he was with the Nationals. Good strikeout numbers. Walked too many. Fastball, slider, and a changeup. With a veteran.
And outfield again has been changed quite a bit. Gindel's back in left. Aoki's back in right, and Logan Schaefer's now playing center.
Good thing Gindel brought both his left and right fielder's glove. I think he gets his best defensive team on the field to try to preserve this one-run lead. Jesus followed by Lake and then Rizzo Shearholt. So a lot of left-handed bats. Gonzalez, the one left-handed arm in the Brewer bullpen.
Ground ball, Betancourt will make the play.
Shortstop hands you referenced earlier. Nice play, taking away a base hit from DeJesus. Would have been his third. Could have been. Nice play. One quick out.
Well, I remember watching Betancourt in spring training with the Mariners thinking, wow, he's a really good defensive shortstop. I looked at some of the metrics. They would not agree with me. But I'll trust them more than my eyes in a few spring training games. I always thought he had a lot of good defensive tools at short.
Maybe he just didn't use those tools properly.
Good way to put it.
Like so good at the beginning of the last road trip. Chance to make an impression on the home folks here.
Cubs are only down a run. Certainly was a very deflating 7th inning as the Brewers scored 4 times to retake the lead. This game far from over. Lefty on a 2-1. Lake, I think, got a piece of it. I say that because Jim Reynolds' hands went up in the air.
Yeah, I think he just bounced it right at home plate and into the glove of Maldonado.
Yep. And he got him on a slider. Two down.
He's been in a couple favorable counts today, but hasn't been able to do much with it. Hit the ball well first couple times up, a couple deep drives to the left, but since then a pop up to right and a couple of punch outs. So 0 for 5 here in game 1 of the doubleheader for Junior.
Base hit to right. Rizzo on for the 4th time. 2 out of 3 with 2 walks.
Yeah, he's looked very good today.
Cole Gillespie will hit for Nate Scherholz. And may get in the starting lineup for game 2. Rick Kranich will head out to the mound.
With the Cole Gillespie scouting report. Become the default move in Major League Baseball. Pinch hitter comes off the bench. Pitching coach bounces out. Refresh everybody on the scouting report.
Gillespie originally drafted by the Brewers in the 3rd round in 06. Didn't make his big league debut until 2010 with Arizona. Spend the first 3+ years in the Brewers minor league system. Gonzalez will lob over to first. Rizzo had about as short a lead as you could possibly have, about 1 step. The pitch. It's a strike. So the closer is up, Henderson. Saw him get loose last night, never did get into the game.
Cubs having just a 4-man bench. Gillespie takes this at bat. You might think, well, Ransom or Navarro against the lefty, but then you'd have to have Gillespie play the outfield anyway. He's always hesitant to use their resources in a tight game like this in case you get into extra innings. Back. That's not a good pickoff move. Maybe he's got a better one. I think he's better when he comes home. When he came home, he had Anthony going back to the bag.
Two out at the plate. Fifth inning in Pittsburgh, 1-1 Cards and Bucks. Lance Lynn and A.J. Burnett, the pitchers in that one.
Should be some strikeouts in that ball game.
11 already combined. Three and two on Gillespie. So now a gapper should tie it up because Rizzo will get a head start. Very deep in the outfield, particularly on the corners. Aoki likes to play deep anyway. There goes Rizzo, swing and a miss. And the inning is over. Gonzalez with 2 strikeouts. And we will head to the 9th in game 1, 6-5 Milwaukee.
stats gauge, stats, tweets with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class.
Gillespie stays in and plays right. And Blake Parker's still working on the mound. We saw Kevin Gregg get loose just in case the Cubs tied it or took the lead, which they did not in the 8th. So Logan Schaefer will get his first plate appearance today. He's now playing center.
Steele reminding everybody that Schaefer's capable of dropping a bunt.
Oh, 2. Blake throwing hard today. That one at 93.
Blew away Maldonado to start his outing in the 8th.
Yeah, I noticed this the other night, partner. Jason Lane is still at AAA pitching. It's in the San Diego chain, pitching for Tucson.
Yeah, they just signed him the other day. Lane, the former outfielder with the Astros, was part of their 2005 team that went to the World Series against the Sox. Was a two-way player in college. He pitched and played the outfield. He spent his entire professional career as an outfielder, and that kind of fizzled out on him, so he attempted a comeback, is attempting a comeback as a pitcher. He pitched for the Sugarland Skeeters, an independent club down there southwest of Houston for the better part of the last 2 seasons. Padres saw enough to sign him to a minor league deal and send him to AAA. It would be a fun story if he were able to make it all the way back to the big leagues.
Sure would. A blast from the past. Raining again.
When he was with the Astros, he used to go out and throw in the bullpen for fun, and talking with the guys that were out there watching him throw or catching him, said, yeah, he's legit.
Has lightly rained off and on this afternoon. Nothing has stopped the game, however. And that's good news because we've got another one coming up at 7 o'clock here on CSN. Well, Micah Owings, I think now is trying to convert to a full-time position player, but he had Brooks Kieschnick, Owings for a bit there. It's kind of a two-way threat. I wonder if we will get back to, having that hybrid guy who can do both. Maybe come in, face a batter. You want to bring in a lefty specialist, put him in right field, and then bring him back in to face the righty.
It does give the manager some flexibility.
Sure
If you've got
does.
a guy who's a competent hitter and can work out of the bullpen. You know, you see it with starting pitchers. You know, Zambrano used to pinch hit every now and then. It's a little different dynamic with a relief guy.
In some ways, it might make a manager's job more difficult.
Figuring out how to use that guy.
Yeah.
Hey, go get loose. For what? My hitting or my pitching?
Right.
Do I warm them up? Do I save them in case I need to use them to pinch hit?
Well, he'd be a great extra innings guy just to have on the field in case you needed him to pitch. Yeah, Travis Wood, he'd probably give it a shot. Not while you're a starting pitcher, Travis. One and two on Weeks.
And Wood, too, though, because he is such a good hitter, has a lot of value, especially in this situation where Cubs are operating with a four-man bench and fearful of running out of players. But you've always got, you know, Wood who can go up there and give you a good competitive at-bat.
Barney for out number two. Here's Aoki, scored the go-ahead run on the Segura double in the seventh. Right field and foul right off the ledge.
We learned something about Gene Segura today. Whatever you do, don't throw him a pitch a foot and a half inside at his ankle. He can hammer that pitch.
Well, at this great note, courtesy Mark Gonzalez, who covers the White Sox and will cover the Cubs for the Tribune. Jake Peavy scratched, so Andre Rienzo makes his major league debut in Cleveland for the White Sox tonight. He'll be the first native of Brazil to pitch in the majors, starting at the catcher position for the Indians. Also from Brazil, Yan Gomes. And I guess the game will be televised in Brazil. That'll be fun.
You know, I heard Cap say that. Brazilian, and I thought, Brazilian? Are they the only Brazilian ball players ever in the big leagues?
I'll tell you in a second. Yes, Gomes the first. Rienzo will be the second. Born in Brazil. born in Sao Paulo, went to high school in Miami. Line to short, Castro the catch. That's the inning. Parker with 2 scoreless frames, setting it up for the Cubs, who trail by a run. Henderson on for the Brewers. Land Rover watches Cap and his panel tackle the latest MLB trades. Talk Bears training camp and debate all the day's biggest topics. Don't miss Sports Talk Live tonight and every weeknight at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Oh, I like that.
Get his rally mask on.
Yeah. There's Jim Henderson, the closer.
12 out of 15 in save opportunities. Doesn't really grab your attention. 3-3 with a 2.09 ERA. A hard thrower. Fastball averages about 95 miles an hour. Little slider at about 85.
Milwaukee, the only team in the majors without a loss when leading after 8. 37 up, 0 down. They're due. Castro, Valbuena, Barney here in the ninth. Foul tip for a strike. 95 on the Heat.
Spent time on the DL this year with a pulled hamstring. Maybe that today's starter Giovanni Gallardo will suffer a similar fate. He did not look good when he had to leave this ball game with what they're now calling a tight hamstring.
They're hopeful that's all it is. Strike 2. A little extra mustard on that one at 96.
Good life on this fastball down around the knees. Battle mode now for Castro. Quiet the lower body, use the hands, just try to hit a line drive somewhere.
Henderson at one time pitched in the Cubs system 07-08, although that second year he missed most of it with right shoulder problems. He's from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Drafted by the Expos in 03 in the 26th round. Got him. Power slider at 87. One away here in the Cubs ninth.
Quality work there by Henderson on Castro. Slider just off the outside edge. Defensive swing, just trying to stay alive, but could not get a piece. Henderson, a good story. Years and years in the minor leagues after signing with the Expos in 03. Didn't get to the big leagues until last year. You wonder why, huh? with this kind of an arm. Why it took him so long? Control issues, some injury problems along the way.
The mask of Maldonado.
Herniated disc in 08 and then a bad shoulder that needed surgery, cost him pretty much the entire 08 season. I love the enthusiasm. Not shared by many here today. Just a one-run game, but having that comfortable lead, letting it get away, I think is really taking the steam out of the fans.
Still 1-2, 97. It's not all about velocity. Chris Denorfia would tell you that. He took a 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Aroldis Chapman last night for a pinch hit 2-run game-ending homer. Padres over the Reds 2-1, 423 feet.
Got to generate some bat speed to catch up to that heater.
Gendel has made his mark on this series with back-to-back 2-hit games. He's got 4 in a row, in fact. 2 outs, and it'll be Dioner Navarro. He will pinch hit for Barney.
Maldonado out to go over Navarro with Henderson.
Outside for a ball. Can't say enough about how good he's been at the plate, particularly right-handed against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, what a good signing he has proven to be. 24 games in the big leagues last year for Navarro with the Reds. Spent the bulk of the season with AAA Louisville. One time was considered the top prospect in the Yankee organization.
(3-0). You see Henderson staying away from Navarro's power. Wellington Castillo already with 3 hits is on deck. See if the 2 catchers can rally here late.
Go ahead if you like it.
He did not.
Travis Wood out there to run for Navarro.
And so it is Travis Wood.
I don't like Wellington's chances the way he's been swinging the bat lately. Cody Ransom's on deck. Should Castillo keep the inning alive?
Interesting, isn't it? Navarro didn't even need to bring a bat to the party based on his reputation this year. It wasn't a workaround, but they weren't going to give him anything good to hit. And now 5 straight bad ones from Henderson.
Yeah, he can get a little out of sync. Big, tall guy can get a little loose with his delivery. When he does, he has a hard time getting it back. A pitcher who's missing badly is just as likely to make a big mistake over the heart of the plate. And that's what you're looking for here in this situation if you're Castillo.
That's high. It's 2-0. Well, let's go back to Sunday. As Castillo hit what ended up being the game-winning home run off Tim Lincecum.
Leaned back and crunched it.
Six consecutive misses by Henderson. Deep left, if it's fair, it's gone, it's foul.
My.
He crushed it. Half the players were about ready to jump out of the dugout.
Yeah, he's seeing it well. He's really quick. That's exactly what you're hoping for. Get a guy who's swinging it well in a hitter's count where he can sit on a fastball and let him turn it loose. Unfortunately, not able to keep it fair. That's got everybody's attention, though. Fans up on their feet.
Now they're making some noise. The pitch.
No, he didn't.
He held 3-1.
Let's see how bold Henderson is with this pitch now after the swing he took at the 2-0 offering.
That loud foul certainly jarred a lot of the fans here. They're now all are on their feet. 3 balls and a strike on Castillo. Short lead by Wood. Ball 4.
That's the basketball version of you go into the lane and the guy just rejects it with his elbow, and you're just hesitant to go back in there. That's exactly what happened to Henderson after that swing by Castillo. He wanted no part of him.
Former Brewer Cody Ransom will pinch hit. Without a hit here to start the second half. This will be a great time for one with the tying run at second and the winning run at first. No action in the Brewers bullpen. Very specific instructions from Rick Kranitz.
Certainly, if you're Cody Ransom, you'd love to do something heroic here. But primary job, just keep the line moving. Keep the game alive. Don't get too antsy and chase something out of the zone. You got a struggling pitcher on the mound and David DeJesus on deck. Aoki continues to play extremely deep in right field.
The pitch to Ransom is high. Henderson all over the place here after he got the second out of the inning.
tough as a hitter to get locked in against a guy like Henderson, who's all over the place. You know, a guy with command, you kind of worry about his ability to spot the ball, and you worry about his stuff. But Henderson, he's got no idea. So as a hitter, you've got no idea where it's going. Uppercut swing, looking to inflict some big damage, just couldn't catch up to that elevated fastball.
The kick, the 1-1. 1-2. Two really good fastballs by Henderson, and he's now ahead in the count. Always a big swing pitch in an at bat, that 1-1. Brewers couldn't hold a 2-0 lead. The Cubs could not hold a 5-2 advantage. 6-5 in the ninth. A 2-2 count. De Jesus on deck. This will do it. Schaefer calling for it. And the Brewers take game one of this doubleheader, and they've already won the first 2 games of this series. Took Henderson a while, but he eventually notches the save. And Rob Wooten gets his first major league win.
A bizarre ball game as the Cubs bat around in the 5th, string a bunch of hits together, put a 5 spot on the board. Looked like they'd be able to take that one to the bank, but Brewers come roaring back, and the Cubs really didn't do a whole lot after that 5th inning.
Time for our GMC player of the game. Got to be the game-changing homer from Chris Davis. Wasn't in the game long, but certainly had an impact.
Yeah, first pitch he saw, 3-run home run.
So that tied it. They would win it on the Segura double. And that'll wrap up game one. So for JD and our entire crew, so long for a couple of hours. We'll be right back with you at 7 o'clock tonight for game two, as the Cubs will try to earn a split here in this day-night doubleheader. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next. Keep it right here on CSN. Again, game two coming up at 7.